Yo, change that beat up. Here we go.
Good morning. Move the bug list off onto another screen. And put that down there. All right. First up is fixing this bug that I found this morning before starting the stream. Figured out that I could do stuff like this. And now they're both stuck together, and there's no way to separate them. Shouldn't be too hard to fix, though. Should just be able to go into the, probably the Game Master. Be the easy place to do it. Something like this, and then go into the draggable area, and not gamemaster.instance, not entity held. That should be fine. And then that should probably set entity held to true. Let's try. With any luck, I shouldn't be able to grab two things at the same time now. There we go. Hey, look at that. It's not letting go, though. That's a different problem. Just check input. This should actually be up here. This should just... like that. Can still mouse over it, but I can't grab it. And I can let go of them now. Cool. That's one down. Going to go over here and... edit my to-do list. Just real fast. Alright, next thing was, I noticed earlier when there's an angel on screen, if something enters its hurt box, it just automatically takes damage, and that shouldn't be the case. It should only take damage if the thing actually attacks it. So I think that might just be a quirk of the way hurt boxes are set up, but we'll see. So if I do this, pull him up there. I think what'll happen is once this tiny interior box enters, yeah, see, it didn't even attack him yet. Oh, no, it just doesn't disable it. It's not disabling that box, or it's toggling it back on. Or it shouldn't be. That's a drag thing. Yeah, so I can do this. Let's see if that's consistent across the board. No. That's fine. Or is it just whenever they're mid-attack and I manage to do it? Yeah, so it's just him. This guy's not got that problem. Yeah. Okay. That's weird. Where's the brute? Close out the fog, close the grave, close the crypt. Maintenance powers, mage, bomber, brute. There we go. I think that's all three. I think that's the attack, hurt, and hit. In night, I do all three here too, though. Unless I don't do hit area and I'm just doing the knight's collision shape. Because that's the knight collision shape. That's the hurt box. And that's the attack. On the brute, what am I doing? The brute. The attack. And the hit, not the hurt. Okay, let's try that. Yeah, see. Now we shouldn't be able to. Yeah, it's still got this issue. But I think that has more to do with when it starts dragging it. It doesn't finish playing the animation. Drag, we just call start drag, which is part of player, or melee player in his case, but it just calls players start drag. Get rid of these. Dragging is true, which then calls the drag state. Drag state does this. So, this is another thing we have to do anyways. We're going to go to that definition. Add drag as a type for it. And then, over here, we'll call drag. But there's this contingency. I added this to the Gravedigger. The Gravedigger's animation settings yesterday. This. If the animation player is active and the current is attack, don't do anything yet. Finish playing it. Which we're going to add just in general to the basic one. We should also, I guess, add it to the bomber. But I don't feel like adding the string. I don't need to in this case. So we can do that here, and then that should solve that issue for the brute. It should actually solve it across the board, because it looks like we could have triggered it anywhere else, just that the brute has a very long attack animation. So it's easier to notice with it. Well, that was interesting. And give me one more. It digs those graves really fast. Yeah, cool. And it's idling whenever I'm dragging, which is the other thing. Now we need to do that same thing, but for the, well, not the same thing, but we need to set up the Gravedigger so that whenever it's being drug, it automatically just plays idle. So, let's go up here. Save that. Save our changes there. And then in here, we'll do an else if type animation type dot drag. And then we'll just, and it will do, we're actually going to do what we do up here. We're just going to clear the queue. Oh, okay. We're queuing it there. All right. That should set us up there. Hopefully. It's an issue I've been having with these guys for a while. Hey, look at that. They're doing what I expect. And not flickering. That was their main issue. They flickered. I should also have them check, like, if they're attacking, not move. So if their animation is the attack animation, set your velocity to vector 2.0. don't think animation settings have an idea of their current animation. I could have them return it. And it wouldn't be too bad because we only have 3. I think we will do that. Just means that we have to go in here and set this up in eye animation settings. Public string current animation. And I think we can even do return animation player dot current animation. And I think that's okay. Which means that we wouldn't have to change anything here. We just have current animation. Maybe I don't remember how that works. Or is it external to this? So if I go into move, I can do if animation settings dot current animation, yeah, is attack entity dot velocity equals vector2.0 and return. I guess I could do this as an else if too. Let's do that actually. And then we'll do else if, well, else if, and then else. There we go. I think that'll stop our gravedigger from like wandering away. Don't know why that's suddenly happening. Yeah, see, it's finishing its grave digging animation every time. They must be, I don't know why they're attacking suddenly as soon as they spawn in. I haven't touched their code. Oh, we could do something like an ichor for the currency. That'd be kind of interesting. All right. I do like the way the lightning looks. is it spawning inactive? Did I do something to the lightning area? Like, if I go over here... Does nothing when it just spawns in. Right? Player, lightning area, ready. Yeah, it doesn't start its timers or anything, and everything's disabled. Virtues are doing nothing. Melee enemy just calls melee entities ready function. And that just links up the attack area. So unless it's colliding with something, which it's not. Yeah, it can only collide with players, and this is not set up on those collision layers. Aside from that, it's got a cooldown minimum of like 5. Let's zoom out and see what's happening. Now we'll try. I'd messed that up. Let's check. We'll go in here. Okay, so something is calling started right at the beginning. So let's see, what references you? Just the one. Yeah. And then in here we do it. It's part of the attack animation, but you shouldn't initialize an attack. You should initialize into move. Unless... No, attack, death, and idle, and that's what you're doing. Why would the current state be attack, though? So let's see. Possible it's initializing as attacking. It shouldn't be, but... And then we'll also do... What? Why is this true? Twice. What's your default target? And let's get the target's position. Do I initialize this as anything? I don't. And how is this looked at? It's called whenever set target is called, and set target is called at the top of physics process. Should be crypt, because that's going to be the right. Hold on. Yeah. Let's also do target 0, 0. Let's initialize the value. So until it gets set, we'll just do that. Now that shouldn't be true anymore. We saw these yesterday and they disappeared on their own. So I'm going to be unconcerned about those for now. Yeah, so now let's go back into attack, which is over here somewhere. Get rid of these. There we go. Yeah, and now we don't see that weird thing where it was trying to attack on an area it couldn't. Cool. That makes me happy. Tilt that down. So what's next? That one's done. I think this is the same error. Well, no. No. Now we need to have the mages done. So the mage right now will just try to attack whenever it, as soon as it spawns in. So I think we need to have its timer just check and see if its target is on screen. Okay. And then we just call base.attack, which says attacking the true. That's what toggle moves for the fireball. So when toggle move gets called on homing projectile, yeah, this. Yeah, so we need to... We've got move, should move, moves it. Enemy dot... Let's go ahead and do this first. We'll do this twice, I guess. So, if what do I have this returning? Yeah. So if does not equal does equal vector2.0 or not utilities dot instance dot on screen, so it's not on screen, enemy, then just return. I think that'll solve this issue. So let's try that. So now it shouldn't just randomly attack, it should just sit there. It might still play its attack animation at the beginning. What the hell? Oh, I'm not on input. Oh, it's just whenever they're spawning in, isn't it? Yeah. All right, so now we're going to peak definition again. We need to check in here in move. Yeah, it is doing that. It's just that it does this. Let's trigger despawn timer.timeout. Well, no. We'll do this. Should move, should equal false. Okay. I think that'll do it. Oh. I think that'll fix that problem. Sorry, I was dealing with something on the other screen. I wonder what didn't have any reference. I wonder why it's not attacking at all now. Cooldown timer. Well, that doesn't make any sense. What's the stack trace say? No reference exception. We have the animation player. I wonder what entity this is on. Ugh. No reference exception. Animation finished. Is it on the brute? No. I think brute and mage are all that are out there. And virtues, I guess. Could be on the virtues. Virtues is an entity. But it also has its animation player, so I'm not sure what that's referring to. Either way, the mage definitely isn't attacking now. So, let's go into the homing. Oh, wait, are these guys entities? Sorry, are the homing projectiles entities? I don't think they are. I don't think that they... Yeah, no, they just implement iProjectile. They return. They shouldn't. We need to do this as part of the mage. Not the homing projectile. Move, brute, bomber. Easier to just go down here. Yep. If we're not being dragged and the enemy does not equal vector 2.0 and the enemy is on screen. I should do it. I need coffee. Apparently my... my coaster stuck to the bottom of my coffee mug there. Shoot. Okay. Now let's try it. And he doesn't attack anymore. Good. Good. That's exactly what I was hoping. That's good. That makes me happy. Alright. Okay. What's next then? We still have this happening. But this might be a matter of just restarting Godot. Because I'm like 90% certain that's on this guy. Which just isn't true. We'll give it a second and see what happens when it gets up here. Yeah. Just make sure. All right. So then let's go ahead and restart the engine real quick and just see if that solves our little issue there. If it does, then good. If it doesn't, I don't know then. Sometimes it's a matter of like references getting screwed up. Doesn't happen a lot, but it can. Yep. Oh, nope, they're still there. We'll go ahead and redrag these on. Why? I don't know what reference could not possibly be set to an instance of an object, especially if it's only occurring on this and the others aren't. Like, that just doesn't make sense. We're not still grabbing the target, are we? You know, it could be. It could be that we don't call set target. We need to go up to entity. So we just did this thing where we... Give me a moment. Alright, sorry about that. What was I doing? Ah, this. I wanted to call set target in ready. Curious if that solves this problem. And if that doesn't do it, I don't know what will. Yeah, no idea then. No friggin' clue. Oh, the stack trace has a lot more information in it, though. Million of me ready. I wonder if the other things aren't initialized yet. That wouldn't make any sense. It could have to do with the order that things are initially, or the order that things are initialized in. So things are initialized bottom up, which means that this ready would probably get called before everything else. But that shouldn't affect this necessarily, because these would get initialized first inside of it. Just real quick, let's see. gd.print. We can do node.name. Yeah. So those are fine. So that is not where our issue is occurring. I wonder if it's the fact that we call process states here. Because I don't think we need to. I think we can just let the entity handle it, which it kind of should. Okay, and it's moving on screen. Yep, so that is our issue there. And then we have this process state going through. And then if we go over to entity, the hell's entity at? Call set target. That's the whole distance to thing. I don't know that we actually have to do this now. And then it's going to still error, isn't it? No. it's on screen. Cool. All right. That's weird, and it technically doesn't really cause a problem. It just does cause those 2 errors in the engine. So that kind of sucks, but that's easy to deal with. Got more coffee on. The next up, already did this and this. Cool. Let me... So next on my list of things to actually do today is playing with lighting. And then after that is implementing scene transitions. I kind of want to do scene transitions first. I think. This is going to be probably kind of a short stream today. I have other things that I need to get done. Like doing dishes. The never-ending process of doing dishes that I am very, very bad about for some reason. I don't know why. But I think I'm gonna... Game over is not a scene. I don't... Well... You know what? Game over might be a scene. I might make game over a scene. Because if I make game over a scene, I could then transition into like some really cool artwork that I have Felicia draw for me. That's like kind of an animated background on a otherwise black screen, and then have the words fade in. I don't know what I'm gonna have those words be. I don't really like the idea of doing game over. Game over seems boring. So I'm gonna message our writer and have his little brain work at it. If you're ever wondering why I don't show this on screen, it's because he doesn't have his name set up for streamer mode. So while I could message him, and all my shit's public on screen, I'd rather not. His wife does. She's great. Hers just does the @f ... But his screen name's associated with a lot of accounts. So, doing... There we go. Message Tim. I'm also considering making the map larger. Larger. Told 8x720 is pretty good though. It's just an idea. I'm pretty sure if I drag in... I don't have an SVG available, do I? Oh, no, I do have the Godot icon. Okay, so that one does do this, but then if I scale it up to 2x, does it maintain? I think it does. Maybe not. I don't remember how Godot handles SVGs. Oh. That's interesting. Let's go ahead real quick. We're going to hide this. Yeah. Need to implement Y sorting too. God damn it. How's that look in game? Also, the slight darkness really adds a lot. Let's turn the go ahead and delete that. That's not necessary. I think that's from yesterday whenever I was showing off the lightning effect. Yeah, I kind of like the jagged gravestones like that, rather than the nice even rows. So, let's do this. That thing's idle animation should really just be both feet firmly planted on the ground. I like that. I really love how much just the slight, very slight amount of darkness we've added here really adds. Nice. And that kind of shows off that enemy a little bit more, because the whole point of that one is that it can attack in its full 360. So if we have multiple things hitting it, they all get hurt. Assuming you don't, like, very quickly do something like this. Which is cool. It's amazing how much, really, that is amazing how much that fog adds to everything. And that took me just a few minutes to do. That has the, that already has the darkness set up, so we can do stuff like shadows and stuff like that. Like, realistically, these should all cause shadows to appear. Yeah. Like that. And we can generate, like, mip maps for all these so that we can... I think we can. I don't exactly know how that works with... Or not mip maps, but, normals. Normals and... Is it normal maps and... specular maps? I don't really think they need a specular map. None of them are particularly shiny. But... it would be cool to have, like, this casting a shadow whenever things are around it. Likewise with these. And we need to get Y sorting sorted out. Like, he looked at his food. He did not go for it. The cat's desk chair has been pushed in for the last few days, and today I pulled it out for him. So he's been sleeping in there. Or on there. The other one was sleeping on top of it, but has since moved to the lounge chair. The ADD is winning today. I think I want to check the summoning circle real quick while I'm thinking about it. So, I think... Is it player spawner? Probably player spawner. Yes. Okay, so we have the animation player. And we have the queue here for queuing it. No, that should be fine. That should be fine. Yeah, so let's go ahead and... I guess we'll start adding the scene transitions. I don't know if I have the transition manager already in here or not. But not a big deal. We just need to add... What we need to add is a node for the controls, ideally. And then we just drop on a control node. Or a controls node. That then just processes input. in the process function. But I don't think we actually need to worry about that. I think we can do a like pause menu sort of deal. Can we have two of these in one scene? I think we can. Yeah, because the summon button grave. Okay, yeah, so that's fine. We just put it at the bottom of the list. So let's create a pause screen. Which is going to be a color rect. That is black, small bit alpha, and then it's going to be anchors full rect. Cool. Now we need a VBox container. Align center. Layout is anchors. And we want this one to be center like wide, like V center wide. However, I think we actually want it to be like this. Yeah. Yeah. 0.25 and 0.25. Hmm. 0.75. Vertical grows, yeah, down. Horizontal grows both. There we go. All right. That'll be our buttons. So let's go ahead and put 2 buttons in there. I'll resume. We need our theme. I think we have a theme built. Yeah. We need another button. And this one's going to be our quit. And then our text. Our button text should be larger than that. Yeah, kind of like that. Our our VBox container, we should go down to theme overrides, constants, give it like some separation of like 8. And then for our buttons, disabled's fine. I think disabled's okay. We need to set them up so they don't take focus. Action mode's release, toggle mode, shortcut. Mouse focus mode is none. Likewise with you. This will basically prevent this white outline that you see appearing there. It's primarily for like stuff like controller support, which this game won't have. It's meant to be either touch or mouse controlled. There's no reason for a touch control. At least none that I can think of. And then I think the white text is fine. Should do... Let's try 100. That's why. 200. Yeah, 200 looks good. I think Resume's going to have its own overrides. Font icon. Constants, fonts, styles. There we go. Our normal. We'll create a new style box flat. You're going to be... like a green, but like a dark green. Let's open this up and grab we'll do that. We'll do a corner radius of 4. That'd be interesting. I guess you could do like a... like if we did like this. Got them like centered. You could do like a half and half sort of deal. Let's see. We had the draw center stuff. I probably will replace these at some point anyways with images, because I think it'd be cool to do the buttons like they were made of stone. So yeah, let's just turn that off. We'll leave it like this. It's fine. We'll go ahead and we'll add a label up here. A label. Its text is going to be pause. then we'll go down to theme override, themes, quick load, main theme. We're going to change its color. Like its default color is going to be white. $22 is the minimum. We're going to center this. We should center it using position, center, top, and then we'll do custom offset from the top of like 50. 100, 120, and then we'll up the font size and change the color. So our font color, we're going to override. It's going to be a red, and we're actually going to pick probably this red. I like this red. Yeah. And we'll do an outline color of the light red. All right. So we got this slightly lighter red here. This more like I think a pink is what it's supposed to be. Like that. And then we'll do outline. We'll give it an outline of like 4. Yeah, like that. We'll go down here. Do 66. And we'll lower this 80. Yeah. And then we'll do we should put an animation player on this. And it's going to have a show. And a hide. And its hide animation is the one we'll do first. Which I think we can get away with this. I don't think we need these here. I think we can do this. Delete that. And then I can log this as the initial position. And then I want this off screen at like 1280. And then it's going to be 1280. Why are you... Oh, you keep jumping to the theme manager. That's fine. Transform that. It's going to be its initial. And then paste it. Go to 1. And then that one's going to be... Oh, that's size. Oops. Position. Do a 1. And then it's going to be 0. That should be, I think, negative 200. Because I think everything in Godot is pixels. So let's try that. Yeah. And then this, I think we can make fly up, but we're going to have it happen way faster at like a half a second. So let's go ahead and go here. And then where is transform? That, go there. And then at like a half second. Oh. At 0.5. Does it not? There. So when they're about there, I want this off the screen already. So 0, negative 100. 140. And then that, once when we're here, I want this thing's size to be that. Oh, shit. Rest track there. And then by the end of it, I want its size to be 0, 0. But its position should be... So let's go ahead and we'll do this first. And then its position is going to be initially 0, 0. And by the time we get here, it's 640 by, what is that, 230? No. 360. That kind of looks cool. Let's see what it looks like if we made this a little slower. And that should unpause it when the animation finishes. Instead of this moving, changing its size, let's get rid of that. Ooh, actually, let's go reset it. Go to hide. You need that. 1280, 720. And then we'll log this here. And then at the end, I want you to be 0 on the Y. One minute. Sorry about that. I keep getting spam calls today. Quite a lot of them. Yeah. And then this position should be 720. We don't want it to create a rest track, though. We do want it to be 0 here, though, and we do want it to create a rest track for that. So let's try hide. That looks cool. And show is quite literally going to be the reverse of all of this. Why do you keep opening this? There's no reason for it to open this. Let's save and close it. Alright, so let's reset. Go and do show. Now show, we're going to do everything at 1 first. So position. Position. And position. And then for the background, we need it to do position and size. All right. So then here, you have your position set to -200. You have your position, I hate that, set to 0. Oh, sorry, 1280. You have your position set to Negative 120, I believe. Oh. Wrong direction. And you have your position set to you have your position, your size. First, we'll do size. On the Y is 0. And your position is 1280, right? No, 720. So it flies in. Everything comes together. That doesn't look too bad. Kind of like that. Yeah. We might change this later. Not sure. And then at the beginning of this, we'll have it set pause. Alright, so now we need this. We need its process set to, instead of inherit, when paused. And then we will add the pause screen script. Alrighty, so we need public void resume pressed, and I think we're gonna actually end the stream very soon. Quit pressed, and then I want a reference to the animation player. No, public animation player, and then we'll do a get set on it. Fix the formatting, and then when resume is pressed, animation player dot play I'm thinking because there's going to be times where I want this to play different, I want it to play differently if like the hotkeys pressed. So like if you were spamming escape, I want it to like adjust the animations. I want it to seek to the correct position. But if you're pressing resume, I don't need it to seek. I just play it. So I think we just play hide like that. We don't need to play any animation because that's going to be a scene transition. That'll be controlled differently. I don't know if we have the scene manager yet in this application. I don't. That's okay though. I have a generic scene manager that I can just drop into this. So that'll be fine. Be easy to set up. So we just hide it, and then we do, is it get tree dot paused is false? Like that. I think I might need to make I might need to make the animation player always or none as opposed to inherited. And also this should be done first. No. I don't want it to do that at all. I want to do that in the animation. So we can just do public void toggle pause. Which is going to do the get tree dot paused. Like that. And then we can do... That'll already show it. We're not going to set this up yet. I'm also going to set up a scene transition thing. So I want to do a how do I put this? So the scene transition kind of always exists. I can have a group of things that always exist in a scene. Kind of like you would do with preloads if you were doing GD script. You don't have preloads with C# in Godot, but you can get around it easy enough by using statics. They're just a little finicky, especially if you need them to be like a node. Then they've got to be a node, and then you've got to do the whole public. You have to set up like a proper singleton, which isn't a big deal in and of itself. It just takes a minute, but I can do that pretty easily. So we'll have a scene manager that's a singleton. We'll have the levels itself will be its own node. That'll get loaded, or all the scenes will be their own nodes on their own, and those will get loaded and toggled in and out, so I can have the scene managers just there in the game master. Kind of like the audio manager. The audio manager, I think, is going to be the same way. But I can make the scene transitions a color rect with a shader, and then have that do a toggle, like a go in and out sort of deal. I can have it like do a clockwise swipe, or fizzle up or down, or whatever I want. I think it would be pretty easy to do that too, because the scenes are relatively small, so they're not loading a lot of stuff in. And I can have it keep it paused until the shader finishes what it's doing. It would actually be kind of cool if I did like a dissolve up and then a dissolve down for transitioning scenes. That'd be kind of neat. But we'll see what I do there. I've not decided just yet. Either way, this should work for the pause screen. And yeah, this needs to be set to always. And then here we toggle pause on show. So as soon as we open it. So we're going to add a track, call method track, calling a method on pause screen. We're going to insert a key. Gotta build it first. This is not the final pause screen. This is just kind of what I have right now. Yeah, so that'll go at 0. So that'll pause as soon as we're starting the animation. We'll probably also play an audio cue or something right here, which could be kind of interesting. Could sound cool. And oh, it's because I was playing with that over there. Yeah, it's fine. We're gonna go ahead and save this. We'll change the names of these. And quit. And then I want to wire these in. So these need to be on button pressed. You can do quit pressed. And likewise with you. Resume pressed. Okay, so those are all linked in. And I think that's good. Let's see. What else? Next would be putting in the scene manager, but I'm not sure I'm going to do that. The pause screen should be over here. We should have a reference to that, and we should make that public. So, not that. This. Yeah, we can do a public void show pause. And then we can do animation player.play show. Like that. This should also... Well, no, I don't need to worry about that because it toggles pause on its own. Yeah. This is context sensitive, though, a little bit, because the... I need it to show this, and I guess I don't need to hide it because it covers it up, so it won't be able to... You won't be able to supply input through it. So that would be fine. I need it to... If you hit the pause button, though, I think I want it to... Pause button's going to be escape. I think I want it to, if you hit the pause button, close the summon menu if the summon menu's open. If the summon menu's not open, then I want it to show the pause screen, I think. And if you have the pause screen open, you press it, it should hide the pause screen. I think is overall how that should work. But it is like 12:30 and I've had nothing but coffee since 4 a.m. So I'm going to pause for a bit and go make lunch.
And on the count of three. It's only one in your dreams.
Whew, that took a minute. Yeah, not a lot of food in the house, so I had to make everything from scratch. But it turned out good. Ooh, and apparently I got messages on Discord for some reason. Alright, so we toggled the pause. Let's add this as a part of the level. Da, 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 da. Excuse me. We'll go ahead and do this. Need to... Yeah. Ah. This one's going to be center but custom. So, we've got that. Now we can do the offset. Yeah, there we go. Now, and it's show, we should turn the visibility on. So and our reset visibility is off. Hide, and then at the very end we turn off visibility. Cool. Good. Good. Not all works. think Game Master will probably have it. Yeah, and it should also have access to this. Well, no. That should go into the level. Right. Yeah. Sorry, checking emails real quick. Need to apply for more jobs today, too. Alright, so let's create... Or should it be part of the... Well... No. We'll create a level manager. We'll do it here, and then we'll create it as a scene. It's going to be a node. We'll create it as a node 2D, actually. That's the fog. Does the fog show over this? No, good. I didn't think it would, but I wanted to check. Excuse me. You know, we could have the candles just always be lit and cycling their animation. I also have plans to do like some pads and stuff. If we do that, we could put like a couple oil lanterns, a bench, that sort of thing. We'll do that. New script. Level manager. It's not UI. It's more like this. It's going to kind of fall in here. Let's call it level master. Create the level master. Cool. Now we'll change the name over here to the same to match. All right. You are at, I hope, transform 00. Yep. There we go. So this is the scene that will actually load in when we create stuff. And this will have like a wave manager, which I think is actually the wave manager is the enemy spawner. So that'll be fine. That'll work. For us there. The cat's cute. He's just sleeping away. Home by 3, he says. Okay. We need access to... We need a reference to the summon button, which I think has a script on it. Yeah, a summon button script. So we need a reference to the summon button. We need a reference to the pause screen. That's it for now. Export. Export public summon button. Summon button. And we need export. Excuse me. Pause screen. Pause screen. And then we need public override. Excuse me. Process. And then we're going to do if input dot is key pressed is action just pressed. And we need to know if we're dragging something or not. So we need like a general, yeah, you're dragging something. That's not just part of the draggable area. We'll do that up here. Actually, we don't. We'll just call this back, not escape. Then we do if summon button dot okay, we need to actually look at the summon button. I'm not sure I'm tracking where it's showing or not. Let's peek the definition real fast. Card catalog and large shrink instance. Oh, you can just access it that way, I guess. if card catalog, look at that, past me thinking of future me, instance dot visible is visible in tree, so that's either going to return true or false. Then we do summon button dot instance dot pressed on pressed, else we do pause screen dot show. No. Did I not put a method into pause screen? I would partially make sense. I wouldn't be surprised. Show pause. Do that. And we can get rid of both of these. We don't need them. And this is going to be static. Public override ready. Instance is this. There we go. So that's done. Now there's an instance and we can do show pause. Okay. Now we need to set up this action. I'm gonna go do that. Project settings, our input map is here. In the back. And similar to the name of, the original name of Portal. Narbacular drop. Dig more into Kick tomorrow, I think. Is tomorrow Friday? Holy shit. Pushing it on some things. Alright. Now let's see what happens. Debugger. No errors. Do that. And click resume. It unpauses. That needs changed. Because that's fucked up. That's right. That's why I had labels set up the way I did. And we can see that it hides it in the background there. And did it not unpause? I must not be. Yeah, that's not unpausing. Since that has always. Okay. Okay. let's see. Ah, this needs to be always. Oh, what the hell is it? That's what? If we scroll down here, when paused. This should be always. That one's always. I need these active only when not paused. So I guess that's possible. Right? Does that work? Okay. So that's closer. Pause screen, animation player. When you hide. Just need you to call a function there. Toggle pause. Alright, now let's try it. Does that pause the fog? It doesn't. I need this to call the opposite. It looks cool though. Cool. That's an easy change, I think. So if we are paused, what was the issue there? Oh. I need to check and do public void hide pause. And then over here we just need to say if it's get tree dot paused. So if we are paused, then we hide. Else we do the other. We can simplify this down too. And then we just cut this entirely and we paste it here. out of space. And move you back one. And you down one. There we go. That should do it. So now I should be able to pause and unpause with the escape button. I need it to play the animation offset, but I think I have a function in utilities for that. Yeah, see, it's working. But I just need it to play the function offset correctly. Interesting. I can't spam it, really. I wonder if it's because it's transitioning. That must be it. Either way, we need to play offset, so... Let's see. Utilities. Instance dot offset animation. Show. And this one's the same thing down here, just should be hide. And I think this will offset it. This will offset it. If I remember my own functions right. Well, that doesn't work. Well, I know the animation does not have a... Wait, what? Hold on. The summon button does this. So I've done this at some point. I have fucked this up somehow. Pull up the summon button. Q, Q. Maybe I didn't fix this. Yeah, card catalog, toggle cards. Play if showing, play hide, if else play show. Play is doing it. It's that. So I haven't fixed this yet for the summon button. I must not. So we need this, and then we just do everywhere that's capital P player. It's lowercase p player. Anim is animation. I think it's a float, isn't it? Yeah, it's a double. Okay. All right. So this is a double of last animation length, and it's going to be animation length, and then this will be animation length minus last anim time. Okay. That should fix that. I should start using it. And these have a 1. I wonder if I wrote that, never used it, and then was like, yeah, we'll figure it out later. Ah, I do use it. I just didn't use it really anywhere else. These values didn't mean anything. Let's go into utilities. And instead of this, say it's 1 by default. Animation length is equal to player.get animation get, is it just length? I guess so. Okay, I think that's fine. It's gonna give me other errors. Yeah, because in pause I was actually supplying something. I don't think that... I think this will work. I guess it will or it won't. What the fuck? Yeah, so this one doesn't actually offset correctly. That's still not doing the thing right. I think it's just 1 on all of them. Hide and show. They set ability is pause at different points. That's... We'll do on animation finished on both of these. I said, and then we are not doing that. And that means I can remove that from here, because that function's not getting used now. I have them going in different directions. It does look kind of funny, though. I kind of like it, honestly. Cool. Yeah, I kind of like that. You know, fix that label in the style. Okay, let's go ahead and fix the labels in the theme. That looks interesting from a distance. Yeah, it looks good. Good. Still need to figure that shit out. I just don't think... I think it's not setting its target early enough. Like, I don't think I can do this up here. If I can, it should fix it. But I think I'll get errors. Huh, maybe not. It also didn't work. Setting it to a ludicrous value did. But then we get this error. but we don't get an attack until we get on screen. That's kind of annoying. And it's only for that. I wonder if I did. I wonder if I just set this and ready. Oh. Hold on. Wonder if that was it. Waiting to see if I get something weird. I haven't yet, and it's on screen. If I pull a gravedigger out, does it still go to its grave? It does. How the fuck did I miss that? That's kind of wild. Huh. I wonder how many bugs that caused. Aside from that one. Because it almost certainly caused more. Also, I'm really starting to like how this is turning out. That doesn't set. That doesn't toggle pause. Pause screen. Hide pause. Get tree dot paused is false. There we go. That'll fix that. And just to trigger it again. There we go. Go ahead and do this. And grab this. Move this guy. Get this guy lured away. Come, please stop. Please leave. Oh, so good. So good. And I can start darkening this up a little tomorrow. That way. And you can kind of see it. If you watch the candles closely, you can see how they kind of like flicker on. And we get some light out of it. I want more of that in the scene in general, but I'm just not sure how to light the skeletons. I'm not sure how they should, like, handle light. I think what that ultimately means is I just need to read more about how lighting sprites is typically done. Hey. Take a break. But yeah. Cool. Cool. I also don't want to go too crazy with the lights because I don't know how like that's all gonna run. Oh. Wow. That looks good though. That looks way better than I expected. So let's look at... Okay, so next thing is to start implementing scene transitions. Scene transitions are simple. I use like the same shit for everything that does scene transitions. It's just that some of them have custom stuff in their scene transitions. What I really need to do is just when I do this iteration of it, I just need to like make it a little better. Move that over here. I'm going to pull open a project that we also worked on stream. This is for the deck building game. And yeah, Duel of Mages. Duel of Mages, Fate of the Elves, that game. Game Master, scenemanager.cs. Yeah. This bastard. This is how I normally do my scene transitions. This needs to be a setting. Or consistent in all of my games. Either way, it should be a variable because I shouldn't be doing this where I've got it done twice. One of them is, but they're both load level. It's just that one loads and takes an index. I don't remember what the index is for. Call deferred, move child. I think that like reorders elements on like in the scene. I don't think it's really a thing I need to do here. Either way. Yeah. Yeah, that's it. We'll go ahead and copy that. And what we'll do is we'll create the scene manager class. Over here. Class. Scene manager. Now, much like every time I use this, there's usually something custom I have to do. In this case, the custom thing's probably going to be implementing transitions. That's not a bad thing anyways. I should be doing that regardless. Also, we're at the point in the day where it starts getting fucking cold in here for some reason. I don't know why. Around 2 p.m. in my office, it becomes the coldest room in the fucking house. I have no idea why. But let's go ahead and get rid of this res scenes tools thing. Get that set up to be the correct location. I guess it's probably just res scenes. Is probably what it should be. It should probably just consistently store it in res scenes. Either way. That path and we're gonna go up here, private static string path is equal to that. But excuse me. I've drank far too much coffee to be yawning like that today. Alright, in this case we're doing res scenes. Partial scene path. I wrote most of this during a game jam, so it's kind of why that's why the code's not the greatest. It works though. Or at least it has. Has in the past worked. I don't know why I've done some of the things I've done here. That's better. Alright. The game we pulled this out of, by the way, is not a game. It is a tool that builds up binary files that represent cards and player characters and scenes and levels and all kinds of stuff. It's meant to be a very, very flexible tool. Yeah. After I pay my landlord rent, I actually should get back to that game or that tool, because it's got a dialogue builder in there that I want to use for our horror game we're looking to release at the end of next month. That's the goal. The goal is the end of October. We're trying to shoot for end of October for a horror game, which could be cool. That could be very, very neat. Yeah. Which is part of the reason that today I started learning how to do lighting. Learning how to do lighting for that game is kind of important. Likewise with the fog. Cat is going at his toe right now. Rascal. Rascal. Alright, he's gonna ignore me. Okay. That should, or I should just be able to call load level. So now we need to create a temporary main menu. Excuse me. Also, as an aside, we should make it, instead of saying level here, we should call it the same thing as the scene. Like, we should just call it the scene. That's just a string that we're taking in, so it makes sense to. And this way we know what the hell we loaded. My main menu is not going to just show as level anymore, which is going to be kind of nice. I need to put a canvas layer in here. We're going to do a container. I guess we'll just do a center container and tell it, hey, you're gonna go full rect. And then a button. It says play. And we'll give it the theme. Oh, that looks nice. It looks like we got a shadow on this. Looks that way on all of them. Do we have a shadow on these? Text. Okay. Age separation. Font outline color. There shouldn't be a font outline. Okay. Huh. Button release, left mount button. Okay. Let's go real quick to focus so that it doesn't actually I don't need to worry about it with this one because once you click it, it just goes. At least that's the idea. Oh, fuck, it's cold. Add. Main theme, default, base scale. What's that? There we go. 88 looks better. So right now we'll just do that, and then we'll go ahead and we'll add a label here. Just for the game, I guess. Title it Tap. Necromancer. Go ahead and load in our quick load our theme. And then we're going to actually shift this guy up. So we need to do its transform. No, it's container sizing? No, okay. Neither of those actually. Go up here. And then we'll go top center. And we'll shift it down like, I don't know, 40 pixels? More than that. Well, once we up the font size, it might not need to. Center. Go down the theme overrides. Font, no. Constants. Outline size, no. Font size. Do that. What an interesting scam. Do that, and then we're actually going to override our font color this time. We're going to go red. Or white. And then we need a color rect. It goes behind everything else. It's black. And it's full rect. Excuse me. And I think what we'll do for this is we'll have an animation player. I guess we'll put it in here. There's no reason not to. Nope. Animation player. And we'll create a show animation. We'll say it takes about a second and it'll play its startup. Right? Yeah, so we can do this. We'll create a rest track for its position here, because that's what its end position should be. And then put a label, and we want its starting position actually to be -122. We'll say -150. Yeah. Likewise with the centered container, its initial position is going to be, or its end position is going to be 0, 0. Because it just keeps saying centered to itself. We'll make this probably going to be like 360 at least. Oh, well over that. 400? 400. Should do it. 400's not quite enough. 440. There we go. So, let's play that. Nice. Oh. And once it's ready, we'll actually have this call it. New script, main menu. Gonna be a relatively short thing. Public void play pressed. And that's just gonna call scene manager dot load level. We'll just call it play. And the game master is actually responsible for loading the initial scene, so it'll load the main menu. Nothing should really ever be in the game master, but the game master's our main scene. What are you and why? It's fine. And then I think we'll also have a public void quit press probably, but for now I'm not worried about it. We need ready. No, we don't. We can just tell it to autoplay. Excuse me. Active, reset on save. Canvas layer. Capture. Where is... What is the root motion track? Interesting. Isn't there an autoplay? Or am I crazy? Oh. Onion skinning's a thing. That's cool. I didn't know onion skinning was a thing in here. Huh. And you can go multiple steps. So I can turn on onion skinning, go into the future, and see where it's going to be. That's neat. Not what I needed, but neat. I think you can bake the animation too. Yeah. That's cool. I bet that helps with performance a good bit. I could have sworn though that there was a way to autoplay, but maybe not. Maybe I'm crazy. So we will put it in here. Export. Animation player. Animation player. Get set public. Public override. void underscore ready. Animation player dot play. What's that animation called? Show. All right. Cool. So let's create a folder. We'll call it scenes. Main underscore menu. Game master. Now what we're going to do is save this entire branch as a scene. Called, probably the game scene, I think is what I called it. Play scene. We'll call it game. Okay. Delete that. Go in here, edit ready. We do a scene manager dot load level main menu. And then in our main menu, we do game. Right? So we have, if we scroll down here, we have scenes now. Game and main menu. So, with any luck, I should start this. And first, do we have errors? Yes, we do. What's our error? Load level string. Object reference not set to an instance of an object. Oh, I'm not setting up root. I need to set root at the beginning. Root is the node that everything gets attached to. In most cases, it's game master. But, yeah. So, scene manager dot root is equal to this. Alright. Now let's try it again. It bodes well that that was our only error, except it happened really early into the process, so... Well, that's better. And I think that I know what that error is. If I scroll up here, I never added the animation player. And if you're wondering what happened there, I have a mouse with a lot of fucking buttons, and I will occasionally press the wrong one. Which, in Godot, zooms me in. Hey. If I hit play? Oh, I didn't wire the button in. But, that worked. Cool. Nice. And now we can, like, start and have it go do things. Go ahead and grab another gravedigger here. Have it start in on the other end of graves. Get, like, a knight. Nice. Cool. That makes me so happy. I love that. That's great. All right, scene management. Done. We do not have scene transitions. Different thing entirely, though. those will live on like their own canvas layer inside the game master and exist on top of everything, but be invisible most of the time. And I haven't decided this type of scene transitions I want to go with. Honestly, the way that I will probably make that decision, I was looking into how to do light shaders. And this is the shader we use for a 2D fog overlay. So, yeah, we're not using this exact code. We've modified it a good bit, but I thought the shader was really nice. In general, let's search the word transition. That can't go wrong, right? That's cool. A universal transition shader. That's a lot of options. That'd be a big shader. And I kind of like this. That's something to keep in mind. Now let's see. That's kind of cool. I've thought about this too, doing something like this. Yeah, here we go. We can see it in motion. Hopefully this GIF's big enough. Maybe. Yeah, I thought about doing something like this because it could be interesting. But we're going from like black to green, I guess, so... Oh, that's kind of neat. Oh, I could see myself using this for our for our horror game. Let's see what this looks like. Yeah. Could do some crazy stuff with this. Just such cool hidden interaction and hidden mechanics. I'm gonna drop this one in our Discord. I also should let our artist know that she should, hey, peruse around a little. Not Discord. There it is. Okay. Ooh, this is neat too. This has turned into, let's look at other people's cool work. That's what this has turned into. What have other people made that's really, really neat? Okay, what does that mean? just gonna drop this for myself. Girlfriend is unfortunately not watching. Give me a moment. There we go. Yeah, my nightmare fuel of honestly don't know which of these is scarier at this point. That was a cool shader though. Interesting. Nah. Cat, stay down. Down. Good boy. It's kind of neat. I love my girlfriend. So that's cool. Why is... Huh. Kick was paused. I don't know why. Excuse me. Huh. I could do a dithered lighting texture. I think. I think I would do the whole thing white. The background black. Get down. Fucking cat. You okay? Stop trying to get on the desk. He's been getting in trouble lately because he keeps trying to jump on the desk. He knows he's not supposed to be on the desk. That's kind of neat. The retro VHS one could be cool too. I'm not sure what this means, though I think I know what it means. Oh. It just overlays a color and gives, like, progress over time. Yeah, no. I mean, this is cool. This is useful. What's weird is I think I understand most of this now. Big thanks to one of the people that watch this on Twitch, because it seriously helped a lot. What do you mean, pixelated bulge? This is similar to what we did for the, well, that's cool. This is similar to what we did for the, lightning. What's cool is you can use shaders with the animation player to get cool stuff like this. Oh, that's neat. It's even darker and darkest. I wonder if this samples a noise texture. Since it, yep, sampler 2D noise texture. Yeah. So you just pass in a noise texture and it replaces stuff as time goes. Okay, but like show me 100% damage. That's pretty close. That's kind of neat. This is also kind of neat. I'm curious how well this like, I know that it should run great. I am just curious what it's like in VR. Like, if I do that pixel posterized shader in a VR game, how does that look? Because that could be really, really cool. That could look really neat. But, yeah, I'm not sure. For now, though, let's go ahead and real quick, before I end stream, we're going to try one last thing. We'll do 512 by 512. We're going to go NES color palette. We're going to go black. Hit G. Okay. Now, we're going to hit Shift G. We're going to do dithering with the 8-bit matrix. And we're going to go white to black. I'm looking at the bottom left-hand corner for that. So that then I can go up here and go, so this is 0, 0, -2, 0, -2, 2, 2. Okay. There we go. Now, what this should give me is a really interesting light if I were to save it. Now, if I went like this to this, I wonder. Shift in, shift. Okay, we'll do that. And we'll go up here. Oh, it just looks weird from out here. Okay. Let's see what this looks like if I make this a light. We'll put this over here in FX. Light test dot PNG. Whew, it is so cold in here. Yeah, then we're gonna go over here to the virtues. We'll create a light, a point light, 2D. We'll go into the inspector. We'll quick load it. We'll scroll up is what we'll do. We'll scroll up into effects and find our, Okay, now I'm confused. I just saved it. No one's watching, but you saw it. Top Necromancer. Assets. FX. Yes. Unable to write file. Okay. There it is. All right. What the fuck? Import. We'll say lossy. What the hell? So 0.5. Let's see, what does that look like on screen? I'm just curious. I don't think that this is going to stay in here. I want to know. Because this technically has the ability to be affected by light now. It's just not very dark. Holy shit. It has a seizure. It has a seizure. That's what happens. It just seizes. That's crazy looking. Okay. So that's what happens. Out of curiosity, does it get worse or better whenever I do this? Because now I just wonder. The area in which it seizes is smaller. And if I do 1... Ah, excuse me. Yeah, that's wild looking. Kind of crazy. That's funny. I was just curious more than anything, but you know, we could always do like now, because we've kind of figured out. I figured this out just before stream, I guess. Gotta go U at like 0.5. And then U at 0.5 on the X. I'm gonna swap these actually. And 0. There we go. Da, 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 da. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I think this guy should be on Light Mask Layer 1 or 2. It's possible I need to make it a light occluder. In fact, I think that is what I need to do. Let's go up here. Skeleton options. Okay, so now I can go down to, we have all these different light occluders. Let's see what happens here. This could look interesting. And now? What's this look like? That's much closer to what I was hoping for. I do a lot of lighting and shading on my own, but I wanted them to have this glow. So that makes me pretty dang happy. Grab it, get 50. This is going to be a tough one to, like, actually kill off. Shit. 100, cool. We can get a night. Cool. So we got some basic lighting going now. And I think I understand this enough. I'm surprised that that's not causing more issues. I basically just want it unlit. Like, I think I could do that just by going down here and creating, like, a material. Like, if I did this. Set it to unshaded. Got rid of my light occluders. And then we go up here, we set this to add. Light only, normal, unshaded, that doesn't change anything. Mix. Yeah. I think mix is what I want. So let's see. Yeah, there we go. Now we get it lit up, but we don't get too much. Doing this on the player is going to be a bit of a trick. Because most of the player characters should be lit up. At least in some way, they should be lit up. Two more. There we go. And I don't think that looks bad. I don't think that looks bad at all. Yeah. I like that. I kind of wonder if there's a way to do like a fire shader around these guys. With some directionality to it. Because if I could do that and just get rid of all the fire layers, because the fire layers are on their own layer in Sprite. I don't even have to get rid of them. I can just hide them. And then export the PNG that way. If I did that, I'm kind of curious. I'm kind of curious how that would look. Because then I could light them a little more, I don't know, dynamically. And we could have the fire move based off of like how they're moving. While I like the chunky fire, it could be, it's another avenue. It's something else to think about. Yeah. Yeah, I think I'm going to end it there for today. We got a good way through our checklist. In fact, there was only one thing on the list I didn't do. And I might start on it tonight. Like, I'm having fun. The only thing we didn't get started on was the adding the next angel. And actually, we did even more than this. This was just on the to-do list. Just so anyone knows, the way I structure my streams is in the morning, I wake up, I play test for a little bit, I write up a to-do list. That to-do list goes on another screen, and then I work my way through the to-do list. Usually. Not always, but usually. I'm not sure what our healer is going to look like yet. I kind of have an idea for the blockade. I think the blockade's quite literally just going to be like a pile of bones that can kind of shamble. Would be interesting. I've got to go to a bank later today, and I sit in the passenger seat, so I might just sit down and sketch in one of my notebooks and try to come up with something for that. Could be interesting. I don't know. I have ideas. I'm glad we got the lighting stuff done. I'm glad we have fog. It really added a lot to the game. I expected it to add something, but I didn't expect it to add as much as it did. Because that just looks cool. We've got scene transitions, not transitions. We've got scene management working. And I have an idea of how we're going to do scene transitions, because scene transitions, I think, are just going to live in the Game Master, and then it's just going to go whoosh. And then once the transition's done, then it will load the level. So we will actually probably call the Game Master instance for loading a level so that it can play a scene transition, and then whenever that scene transition's done, then it calls Scene Manager and loads the level. Just so that we can get, like, an actual transition, and then whenever a level's loaded, we load it in paused, and then we play that transition in reverse, and then unpause it. Gives us a lot more control. We can also do something like in the level, we can have it start the wave at that point. But yeah, I think we made good progress today. I'm excited to post about this later on our Instagram. Links below on most platforms. YouTube, maybe not. But Twitch and Kick for sure. Links are posted below. And yeah, give us a follow, subscribe, whatever. Thanks.